Your cup, living life with FND. We won't give up. Spill your coffee, hey, that's okay. We'll laugh it off and seize the day. Sip happens, but we're alright. With Sarah's mug, we'll win the fight. Science stories, laughs and fun. Morning chats for everyone. So take a sip, don't spill the brew. Join the chat, it's made for you.
Hey everyone, hey, let me change this. What are we doing? I don't know. I hope you guys are having a fabulous Good Friday. I know some of you do the Good Friday. So I hope everybody is having a good Friday. It's the weekend, almost for some of you. It's still, you still have to work. Get busy. You can watch the replay. You can watch me later. Anyways, if you are still working, I hope that you guys are taking it easy today, since it is Good Friday, spending time with family, and so, anywho, alrighty, what am I doing? I don't know. I never know. I just ramble on this channel and derail and get sidetracked and stuff. I'm trying to be diligent, I guess the word is that I'm trying to focus. But I did a practice record yesterday, and I still cannot record myself for some reason. I think it's because you guys kind of derail me in a good way. So sidetracking me, is good, because when you've dealt with so much trauma and in the medical aspect and dissociate and, all that jazz with this FND stuff. So thank you for derailing me and distracting me, and it helps because it just kind of eases me into this whole story and all that jazz. So all that jazz. Let's see, Wednesday, was it Wednesday that I talked to you guys last? That I was calling you guys Lucky Charms, and you are the marshmallows of Lucky Charms, So yeah, now I'm derailed. It's all good. So again, disclaimer, I always have to say this is for education purpose only. I am not your healthcare provider. You take this as a grain of salt, or, if some of this, sound resonates with you, awesome. If it doesn't, if I'm not your cup of tea, go bug somebody else. So so viewer discretion is advised. I do curse on this channel, so this is not recommended for little ears either. Always consult your medical provider for medical advice. I'm not your healthcare provider, please. My ultimate goal is to raise awareness, support FND as a whole, or any chronic health issues, and just break the stigma. So, love y'all. And just build a community, just in general, because we're dealing with pretty much a lot of the same similar issues. Stigma, taboo, theories, mythology, whatever you want to call it, right? Whatever you want to call it. Let's see here. Yvonne, welcome to the channel. That is all good. Watch if you have the time or the capacity to watch I think I'm down to 90-minute sessions. I'm trying to get down to a 60-minute ordeal. Drama. So yeah, back in the day when I did 3 hour, I was doing 3 hours for nonsense. I think it was because I would see you guys coming in and out, and so that just kind of motivated me to do more. And then I was feeling good, and anyways, it is spring. Gosh darn it, it is spring, but gosh darn it, we need warmer weather, because I am tired of the cold, yuck, gross weather. It is raining, so living in kind of a basement apartment, the sump pump is driving me insane. It keeps going on and off, on and off. Maybe that's why I didn't sleep very well either. But I do not have control of the thermostat, and I think my upstairs neighbors have the problem of maybe it getting too hot upstairs, and then they freeze me out, so then I have the heater on. It's okay though, because my last apartment, I had the heat problem in the summer, and then in the winter it was cold because we had tile in the apartment, and my room faced the sun and had big windows, and so I'm used to it. So anywho, I did about 9 minutes of jibber jabbery about some stuff that I wasn't planning to jibber jabber about. And I wrote notes. And yesterday I was going to go live, and then I was just like, you know what? I haven't practiced just, pre-recording. And like I said, I absolutely hate pre-recording, because then I instantly want to see it and edit out whatever, because I'll jibber jabber and then accidentally talk about something, disclose something, and then I want to see it and then edit it out, and it's just a mess. Whereas here I have control. I try to, zip my lips on certain things, but then I have you guys to just motivate me to tell you more. anymore, and I just feel like I can just be myself, just going live too. I feel like, I don't know, it's different. Anyways, so I have notes though, but I think I give you guys, you the control button too. So I don't know. I'm probably not making any sense, but whatever. Who cares? And two, one, this is my channel and I can do whatever I want. And see, I was about to curse. I need my cursing jar up here. I've got this change thing that I used in massage so people could, leave tips, clients could leave tips. So now I need to probably hang it up here, and I would have to figure out, what to put in it to symbolize, how much I, maybe give back or something, give back to cursing or something crazy like that. So, so anytime I curse, which I'm trying to leave it to FND. FND, when I have an episode with FND, there's no control with that. So, I need to put something up there, I'm trying, but like I said, this is not for a little's ears to hear. Grandma might be offended, so what, and too, I also spent too much time. Now YouTube has been listening to me, and now the algorithms is posting stuff about, approval, seeking approval. And now today I'm going to kind of ring in on my ideas, get into my medical brain. I wish I had like a medical hat or some, scrub hat or something. I wish massage therapists really, besides these doodads, had like something, to indicate that they're, kind of in the medical aspect, and, had some doodad to, because like doctors have a stethoscope, doctors have a writing pad. I mean, yeah, I I don't know. Diet Coke, can I open it? Yes, I can, because I'm a massage therapist. Anyways, I'm kind of goofy today. And I tried to do my hair for you guys earlier, but then I ended up laying down, and then I had half my hair was kind of cute today because I used my little rolly hair eating brush today, but then I couldn't really roll this side because obviously nothing wants to work, with my dominant side, and no coordination anymore. Anywho, so back to, I just like maybe a pen, I don't know, something to, I mean, we have all these tools, but PT, do they have anything realistically either? OTs? I mean, chiropractors have, their little activator gun. They're so special, and I just want to be special. I am in a just unique mood today for some reason. I think I owe it to you guys. Yoga, they have their mats and, exercise stuff. I don't know. Anyways, all right. We're already 15 minutes in. Background noise. I miss the goofy Valhalla Waits, Sunny Rooster. No, I don't miss the Sunny the Rooster. Because he has broken clock. He'll, squeal, make the piggy squeal in the middle of the night. I miss the goats, the baby goats. So we need to bug Valhalla Waits on getting those goats pregnant and having babies, because it's like that time of year, March, April. We need to stream live baby goats. They're my favorite. They put me to sleep sometimes when I can't go to sleep, but then I wake up at 2, 4, whatever time Sunny wants to, holler. Let's activate him. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Good old Sunny. And bug you and annoy you. So welcome to Living Life with FND. If you are here visiting, welcome. If you are a caregiver, I hope this brings you some valid information as well. And if you are dealing with FND or any chronic condition, welcome. Your goofball is here, full of knowledge. Maybe we'll derail. Who knows? Let me activate something else here. Maybe I might have to download it. Yeah. I practiced this yesterday to just kind of. Anyways. I'll probably just edit this and then add something. But you know me, I never edit. Alrighty, so let's get into what is functional neurological disorder. Functional neurological disorder is, drumroll please, it's where the brain and your body are kind of like a virus on your computer, or the Control Alt Delete does not work, so you have to mainly hit that on off switch and hope for the best that whatever glitch is not working. So your brain and your nerves and whatever is not working, not communicating, sometimes detouring and causing chaos to pretty much your whole body some days. So your symptoms can vary, including the kitchen sink, seizures, drop attacks, tardive dyskinesia, psychiatric, behavioral issues to PTSD. I can go on and on and on different symptoms. I think there is going to be, after I say all this, an explosion of knowledge out there. Like, oh my goodness, there is testing, there is signs of this stupid disorder that just, yeah. I think there's genetic testing is going to be one of the main testing things that needs to be brought out. I think that there's a gene mutation. There's a shit ton. And again, I am not a doctor. I'm not a geneticist. This is just my theories, a little bit in my massage theory, medical, genetic testing has helped me to understand my genetics a little bit better, how I metabolize, especially in the psychiatric aspect of medications. I am allergic to majority of them. There's like 65 in the gene site test. And then that tests you for all the metabolizing genes for these drugs. And then it told me that I had the MTHFR gene. I know. It looks like the mother effer gene. Fantastic gene name for a gene, because it is like the mother effer of all of this. So that has made me understand this whole gene metabolizing, and so I was kind of watching a new doctor on YouTube who just poof my whole medical geeky brain. It's exploded. Then, so yeah, Dr. Yosef, the Gaslight Truth podcast, Angie Peacock, the Faces of Malpractice. You might as well put me in that category. I think his name's Mark. I think it's Whitpaul. I don't know how to pronounce his last name. So those are the people that I follow for mental health aspect. Now I'm getting in this genetic testing, and my family will be happy to know that I have made progress, and I'm going to do a whole genetic testing. Now, I think how it works is they test you for specific things. I feared that they were going to give me this whole robust, genetic testing, and I don't think that's how it works. I think they don't want to overwhelm you because there's like hundreds and hundreds and probably thousands of different genetic, and you got to kind of read yourself to certain ones. So I started getting, I'm derailing, but that's okay. Brain farts in FND are just redonkulous. And you can tell when I say redonkulous, I watched too much Mo in the Deep End. So, anyways, so you are probably dealing with a lot of doctors gaslighting you at first. It's just stress, anxiety, depression. You're a woman. Other factors come into play. And two, are your labs normal, but maybe slightly elevated, low, but you still feel like crap? Or you have these strange symptoms, either psychologically or, tics or, other physical symptoms that look like your grandpa's Parkinson's, or maybe your mom's MS, or you just feel just like you can't wake up in the morning, you can't function, you're napping 10 million times a day, it might be genetic related. It might be this MTHFR gene mutation. Now, there might be something else genetically going on. You might, and this Dr. Lynch is his name. I just found him. I'm just like, we need to know this, we need to spread awareness on this. It might be this gene, and he's got a book called The Dirty Genes, and this girl wants that book, like ASAP. Like, this would be the best birthday present ever. I am starting to collect books. I'm starting to read. My mom would be so proud of myself, because when I was little, I will say this again, I absolutely hated reading, mainly because I had my eye issue, the stigmatism in my eye. Back then, we didn't have this technology to read you books. I am trying to go old school and actually reading a book, physical book, instead of having, technology read it to you. Because it is good eye therapy for your, stigmatism, and auditory processing and FND, and we'll go on and on and on that. And so, and then it might be just vitamin deficiency issues, nutrients. It also might be environmental products. You might have a mold issue at home, you know. So some things to think about. Should you get a genetic test? Yes and no. I think we are built to, when we get lab work or we get a test or that confirms an issue, then we try to fix the issue. And with genetic testing, it's not like doom and gloom. Oh, you have this incurable thing. But a lot of times we go and try to fix it immediately or over time. And I don't think you can immediately fix this if you have, and there's not a lot of data and research out there still yet, I don't think. And so that's my thinking on that so far. And then there's like dangerous myths about or theories on of folic acid, where folic acid kind of blocks the folate. Doctors think you need folic acid, and to my understanding, that folic acid is synthetic. It's made, synthetically, whereas folic acid or folate, is either naturally produced, and sometimes sometimes your body doesn't need the extra help. Sometimes it will need the extra help. So it's like a guessing game. And then if you take too much or add it, when you don't need it, then it's like putting your body on steroids. So imagine FND and all your symptoms on steroids. We don't want that. So it's kind of a guessing game. And so that's why I'm like, okay, we need to work with a geneticist. We need to work with an endocrinologist, internalist, and a doctor of osteopath versus MD. And I will explain that later down the line, by the different, MD and DOs. It's just Eastern, Western medicine, theories and stuff. And then maybe a naturopath. And they really, 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 really need to know our situation, our diagnosis, or, and really work with you. And this whole I've dealt with it where I schedule a time but with a practitioner, and then they become unavailable for, an emergency, or, within the hospital, or they have a personal, emergency, and then you end up getting scheduled with the new person without your real consent, which I find, and then I get there, and then the person has absolutely no idea who you are, has never seen you. So it's really important to stay with the same practitioner through your whole entire journey, um, and say to your doctor, if you do not know about FND, I am going to give you the permission, the consent, I want you to know this knowledge, for your future, patients. But if not, then, then I need to go find a second opinion, with a specialist or X, Y, and Z. So we need to put you with so-and-so, and then, and then change you last minute is just not good for us in the F&D world, to be honest, or any chronic health condition. Because with doctors or any professional, when you come and see us as a new patient, you're a new patient. You start from scratch with, and that's where I get, like, when I've had quite a few providers, like, what brings you here, you realistically didn't look at my health records, blah, blah, blah. Anyways, so I don't really like starting over. This whole condition comes with so many symptoms, including the kitchen. You can have the fucking kitchen sink, person. Here. And doctors, like, especially in neuro, they don't particularly care to read your stupid Bible of all your, history, recording all your daily activities and all that. They just, they don't care. They only have 7.5 minutes up to 22.5 minutes. 15 minutes is the usual unit per, issue. So they're watching the clock, and before you know it, you didn't get to letter C or issue number 10 or whatever. So you only have a limited amount of time, and then you have to wait, 3 to 6 months to see this same doctor, and it's just, and so, yeah. So try to, write down a few things that, don't work or whatever, and kind of go from there. But it's amazing when you do find a doctor. That I had a doctor right before this all started, and he literally, everybody was waiting out in the, to check me out. I literally was there for 2 hours with him, talking about whatever needed. He was a quirky little booger, very, very, you can tell he was very, very smart, kind of on the autistic Asperger's syndrome spectrum, if that's still a thing. But yeah, and I'm tired of the theories. I'm tired of the Russian roulette type thing in healthcare, mythology, all those things. That's why I'm doing the genetic testing for you guys. More and less, it's for you guys to figure out if there's any similarities out there, and if there's, I basically want to be your lab rat, and find certain things that, okay, this might be, something to use, figure out if you have FND. And there are physical things that PT uses to kind of figure out your FND as well. So, anywho, so back to the dangerous theories and myths about folic acid, not folate, is that it's a synthetic, it's made in a lab, and it can block the folate from doing what it needs to do. So, if that makes any sense. Again, I'm not a geneticist, I'm not a doctor, but if it makes sense, and kind of go from there. The reason why I want you to work with a dietitian, if you are going this route, is there are dangers of fasting, dieting, and eliminating food. I don't want people, I've got this issue, and then they start rolling into the, the whole diet and fasting, and then they lose a bunch of weight, and then we get into the whole food anorexia disorder issue, and nobody wants to go rolling in that pile of doo-doo. So try to work with a dietitian, maybe even add in working with a chiropractor, massage therapist with the pain, physical therapy, and then try to find somebody that can do acupuncture. Add that into your routine. That might help us a lot. But I do think, so we've covered genetics a little bit. I am starting to wonder, after looking at somebody's and dealing with my own neck pain, and I have arthritis. Obviously, we are born with arthritis, by the way. I do believe that. That is my theory, and that's my thoughts. Take it with a grain of salt. But after looking at their MRI, I do think there is a link with FND, because when I have a seizure, a lot of my issues are on my dominant side. My neck gets all dystonia, doing its thing. I can feel it when I'm about to have an episode. I feel like if you have any spinal issues, you're most likely going to have like the fibromyalgia pain. Now with fibromyalgia, you can't really detect it on MRI, X-ray or whatever, but there is an X-ray called a digital motion X-ray. And I think this is also how we might be able to detect if functional neurological disorder is, because with the digital motion X-ray, you can see, and maybe let me try to find, I should have done this earlier to find you a doodad on YouTube. Yeah. Doo-doo. We'll find something on here. Dude. Come on, YouTube. Come on, fingers. Let's see here. I just think that there's a link to all this. Let's see here. And I don't want audio. Whoops. Let's see. I'm trying to view this. Okay. Thank you for carrying Medical Hauser Neck Center. Let's see here. It's not going to show. Anyways, we'll just do this. Ah! Hang on. There we go. Do I want to do that? Okay. Close that. No, I'm gonna. Oh, I do want to close that, but I'll have to put it in my brain. All right. So, share. And no, I don't want video. I want to share my screen. I don't want to share audio. All right. Let's see here. Don't want to do ads. You can tell who I watch a lot if I'm getting cat stuff. Mo on the deep end. So here we go. Stable. So it's just going to show good alignment. And I think it's just going to be our game plan on, something else that could figure out FND and all that jazz. So hopefully that helped if you saw that. Now, obviously, I was not paying attention. And I was probably not paying attention. Darn it. I closed it. Oh, well, I'll try to do better next time because I need to be more consistent on what I do on here. So, and then what else did I want to? So then back to when I was talking about like the dirty gene and the steroid, if you take methylfolate, and it seems to make your functional neurological disorder FND on steroids, that's probably, a sign that you need to start from scratch. So that's kind of what he was talking about a little bit. So I don't think this is the same as non-epileptic seizures, although it can mimic a lot of psychiatric. It can mimic your grandpa's Parkinsonism, or you look like you have Parkinsonisms, or your mom's MS. So I really think I've got a hunch here. I've got a theory. I claim it. It's on video. I claim these theories. I'm a genius. Let the ego, roll in. So, I know that my family is watching right now, or watching the replay, and I'm writing my book right now, and they're going to get a kick out of this. I'm writing my book, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to figure out who these people look like and change their names and, and stuff like that. And this one family member who watches my channel, who's religiously watching my channel, and they're gonna belt out laughing right now. Both of them. One of them is gonna yell at the across the house, which is probably 3,000 square foot house, give or take, 1,000 square foot. It's more than that. Across the hall at 7:00 tonight. She's on! And the other one is going to be asleep. Yeah. Anyways, the one that goes to sleep, at grandpa, he is a grandpa. ChatGPT. Yes, you are on ChatGPT now. They know you. They've seen your face. And Grok. They say that you look like, and Jimmy Kimmel will probably belt out laughing. You look like Jimmy Kimmel. So if I start talking about Jimmy Kimmel, it's not the same, comedian. You know, I know. Your whole entire family is laughing right now at me and you, and Jimmy Kimmel. And then, I don't know if Celine Dion, but I created this picture with the help of Croc. So Jimmy Kimmel, you're married to Celine Dion, and Jimmy Kimmel has had Celine Dion. Oh my goodness. I know you guys are laughing hysterically. So if you hear me talking about Jimmy Kimmel, again, it is not the same dude, comedian or whatever he hosts, on that show. Yeah. So, yeah. You love me now, don't you? My family, I think they really get a kick out of this channel now. And if you do, please send me money. Let's get this place monetized. Man, I'm pretty funny. And then Celine Dion, if you're out there watching, you're a lot funnier than your, doppelganger, So love you, family. So I'll call you my Jimmy Kimmel and my Celine Dion. So, I have too much fun, and it's even funnier when you hear your family talk about your channel and support it, and give you tips and all that jazz. So, yeah, it's kind of hilarious. It's been kind of fun just writing this book, and just more and less it's just therapeutic and get, stuff out of my brain and have a laugh or two, and just it's good therapy. So, and who knows? Will it be published? Maybe. I might name it Jimmy Kimmel's Doppelganger. Who knows? Anyways. And that's the fun about this channel, is just I can have fun with this. Have a little laugh with you guys, and not be so, I really don't care for the channels that are just like, here's your PDF of my thoughts, and then do you also feel like, I feel like yesterday I was like writing, obviously, and just kind of changing people's names and stuff. And I realized that a lot of media out there is just like fake and fake pictures and sunshines and rainbows, and especially in the mental health. And I'd rather see a picture of who I'm going to, have real pictures of them doing therapy, or not. This AI stuff is just getting to me. It's all fake. It's all driving me nuts, and that's not what mental health is. Mental health is corrupt and dirty, to be honest, and kind of culty, to be honest. And especially when you've been in it and you get out of it and you realize, how corrupt and culty it is when you get out, and it's your body is manifested from this, every once in a while you got PTSD issues, and now it's like, or a little bit of anxiety or depression, which now I've converted. The anxiety is just your natural intuition. Your depression is legit, but it's more grief than because you're, sad about, your life wasn't what it once was. Now, yes, it can manifest into anxiety and depression to some point. It can get to that point, because when you develop habits, unhealthy habits, and you continue those unhealthy habits, then, but I don't think these very dangerous medications, and they're dangerous for me, they might, work for other people. And that's where Dr. Lynch, and you'll find his podcast or YouTube or whatever, it's like when he said that somebody who has the MTHFR gene, they could have the same, thing, but one of them could have like the dirty gene, and mutations and variants, and just feel like crap. It's kind of like diabetes. Somebody has diabetes, too, and then, different variations. So, their sugar might be high. They feel like crap. They take metformin. They might get diarrhea. It's just kind of the same thing where, and then somebody might have the gene and feel totally fine, and or they might take the methylfolate and not have a reaction. So we're all different. We deal with different stuff, and with genes, there's like hundreds and different variants and stuff like that. I'm probably putting you guys down a stupid rabbit hole, I'm putting myself down this stupid rabbit hole. So I feel like I need to change. I watch too much other stuff on YouTube. Now I need to maybe welcome to my, this, change my name to, whatever, the FND rabbit hole, the galaxy of FND. We deal with so much stuff with this thing, and I'm not gonna, I know that there are some of you that are just struggling so hard, so hardcore. Your FND or whatever you're dealing with, disability, is just hardcore on steroids, and it's gotta be so frustrating. Yes, I've been there. Lost all mobility. My face drooping to tardive dyskinesia, and all, it's hard to watch and not be with you. And I feel like that is okay to be with you and start ticking with you because I don't want you to feel alone, but at the same time, I'm like, and I want to say to whoever needs to hear this, it is okay to sleep all day. It is. Your body needs it. Yeah, you might at some point get to, professional help and try to, jiggle, some normalcy at some point because it's going to drive you crazy. And it's okay to, I think it was Angie Peacock, her channel, where she was like talking about being a lone wolf and just, it's okay. It's okay to not, and I'm probably gonna have to learn to take my own advice because I'm one of those that is a social butterfly. Like, I will admit I am a Leo, and Leos are very social. They can be social and they can be introverts, depending on where you're born on the scale of, horoscope, whatever. So, like, I'm smack dab, smack dab, so I can be both. But I like to socialize. I like to party. I like loud. I like getting out there. I like talking. But I know when my body needs, to be the lone wolf, being quiet, decompress, all those things. So, welcome. I saw somebody chit-chatting. Oh no. Yvonne, take care of yourself. Don't worry about me. You can watch me later. Chill out. Breathe. Relax. Go to sleep. Take a nap. Rest. Breathe in and out. Take a nice deep breath in and out. And in and out. And you're okay. You're all right. Hopefully there's somebody around, family member, and I'll probably check in and email you later tonight and see how you're doing, okay? All right. You do not have to answer me, just I will check in with you later, okay? And if I don't check on you, I'm doing my own thing. Anyways. All right. Anyways, so that's my brain. That's my medical geeky brain today. I hope somebody hears this. I hope they get on board. Girl, I told you don't need to answer me. And then and if you need 2 naps, you need 2 naps. Your body needs it. With FND or any chronic issue, your body is just fighting something. Bells are ringing. Listen to your body. Listen, just let it go. Like FND has taught me there is no protocol anymore. There's no more protocol. Like psychiatrists, get rid of if you know your patient has FND, there's no protocol anymore. If you are a neurologist, there's no protocol. Physical therapist, massage therapist, there's no protocol with this. There's simply not. That if that's what has changed in me as a practitioner of medical massage therapy, there is no protocol anymore. Individualization. If it works, great. Cool. We'll keep doing it. If it doesn't, throw it away. Chuck that idea. I don't feel like behavioral health is the right word for psychiatric, nor is cognitive behavioral health helpful for this condition. For one, it has kind of screwed me up to believing that everything I'm doing is, wrong, and I need to do things and be it's led to me wanting to be perfect and OCD, and then that falls into this addictive effing. See, I need my cursing. Well, we were kind of talking about F&D, so I got a little bit of a, yeah. So it's taught me to be so effing addicted to approval and OCD, and it's gross, to be honest, what the healthcare system is doing to us in the FND community, getting us addicted to going to therapy and seeking medication, and then accusing us of attention seeking, faking, malingering, what else? Medication, when we're not. It's disgusting. Preying on vulnerable people who are given this nonchalantly. Oh, you have conversion disorder, which is outdated since 2013. 2013. Conversion disorder is outdated. And then it's disgusting. It's made me angry. It's making me angry, but become more and more, vicious is the word that's wanting to come out of my brain. See, cursing. I want to curse. The gaslighting, the abuse, the neglect, lack of compassion, empathy. And somebody asked me, what is wrong with taking medication? Almost 3 years of this. And then the joking from nurses and psych when I was almost over with, I almost, the joking for 2 weeks in the psych ward, begging to have a shower, not having a shower for a week, and then begging for another shower before I get discharged because I didn't know where I was going, because I had no place to live, because I lost my apartment. And then joking to ambulate and losing all, progress in physical therapy, and then being told that they can't find a place because of my age, my history with psych. I had the outdated conversion disorder on my health record, history or whatever, and because I lost my apartment. They wanted me to go and to assisted living and just kind of finish up physical therapy. And I needed more physical therapy. I needed that extra 30 days to learn, okay, you need all the equipment before you leave physical therapy. You need all these devices, custom, walker. You need a seat to eliminate, fatigue in the shower so you can sit. Rollator so you have some place to sit or somebody to just kind of move you around if you have an episode. And then I was denying mental health, where I was begging them for mental health services in the hospital when this all started. So if I was provided this, services, then okay, you've had a genetic test. Let's look at that. And then back in 2018, let's look at that. Let's plan on titrating you off these medications that are probably activating whatever is going on with you. Then I was told I needed a hand splint to prevent contractures. Having contractures is effing painful. I'm sorry, and I'm trying to control myself. I had to use a freaking sock puppet thing that my dear, bless her heart, she's no longer with us today. She passed away, and cancer is just shitty. I hate cancer. So then I use this purple, maybe tomorrow I'll show you this purple monkey. I found one. I kind of pitched the stuff that I just triggered me, and just I didn't want those memories, as much as now that she's passed away, I wish I had that monkey, but then I just didn't want to remember that horrible time, and she would understand. But I had to use the head of the freaking monkey to prevent, this hand from contracting. Because then if later down the line, if you get contractures so bad, they have to do, carpal tunnel and cut. I don't want to do that. And I wanted to save my hand, these things. So we do have, like a stethoscope, so these hands, I've seen many bodies, have helped so many bodies, thousands and thousands of bodies. I've witnessed from infertility issues with parents, adoption, all sorts of milestones. To my oldest patient was 99 and a half. And the extra special, ones are the ones that, I made the extra milestone, they requested, into life. And that's extra special is, from prenatal, before you were even conceived, to, those are some really awesome. I've just, massage has been the best career anybody can have. Shit. Secret keeper of all things. I think our profession, could use extra training in mental health, to be honest, because you deal with not only pain, but a lot. You deal with a lot, and people don't understand, because you're dealing with also people with pain, but you're also dealing with their mental health. And earlier, a few years ago, I was like, I need to go back to school. I want to go back to school for chiropractic. And then that turned out, that I needed extra training, and get another degree in order to get that doctorate degree. And then I was like, well, I'm getting older, because massage is also mentally and physical, and emotional, spiritual. So I always say that I need to be, 400%, every day. So, and then on top of that, you're doing, sales, you're doing marketing, you're doing massage laundry that's just never ending. You're doing, checking in with your patients. It's a never ending, thing. And people don't understand also the importance of filling out health history. So I'm going to be talking to a massage therapists. Hey. About we need some change in our field, and how I'd rather be a lone wolf doing my own thing in my field now, especially now after FND. that I don't want to do insurance because otherwise, I have to follow protocol. I have to, only do one unit, per area. There's a lot of paperwork. I I don't know how much paperwork a physical therapist probably has to do, but I know if massage, and I used to be, let's do, insurance with massage and, but I don't want to do that anymore. Like, yeah, it's a catch-22 because then, there's the struggle of, you know, people can't afford, but you as a patient or client or whatever in massage, have more control uh, of what needs to be done. I have more control without insurance. We don't need that middleman. Now the recession and the pandemic has not helped our field whatsoever. It's it, and then that has led into massage therapists, financially, not being able to sustain, for very long. Um, like the average is probably 3 to 5 years for a massage therapist, and that that usually means like if they're doing full body deep tissue, um, their table's not ergonomically sound. They're doing it. They're I feel like clients should see, until they're ready to graduate. But massage therapists are kind of doing once a month or once a year, or if you don't have pain at all, and then it's considered a luxury. Whereas massage therapists who structure their therapy to help you, regain the goal of your life back without pain. And that's with a treatment plan that, I don't want to really see you for the rest of your life. I would like to see other people, but pay up front, pay a lump sum. I'll take care of you, not per session, because then, life gets busy. And so value me, pay my overhead. And then I'll take care of you. And then, we reach those goals a little bit better. And then having the time between each client is a huge factor. And then I went to a medical massage school, so yeah, it's more medical geared. So we tackle that in our school. We call it the dragon slaying the, I don't remember. So I'm focused specifically on your issues. That's my goal. That's what you're paying me for. And then so that has helped me extend my career. There were a couple times where I'm like, I don't know if I can do this. But seeing your therapist once a month is not helping them. Not really having issues, does not help them. You need goals. And I'm hoping, talking to this therapist, big guru, I think she's going to help us along. I hope. I hope. And if I do get back end massage, and I flare and to FNDs on steroids or whatever, I at least want to be a co-founder. I want to manage. Hell, I would do just massage laundry or just answer the phones for massage therapists, clinic, rehab. But I think I want to gear it more for FND, the community, or if you have other isms, algia syndrome, disorders, whatever. I made a song about it, by the way. The alphabet soup of FND, CRPS, all the things. There's a lot out there that's very similar to FND. And anyways, but I want people to, in the FND community, to not be a victim of this new trend. Now it seems like a new trend, like fibromyalgia, where now everybody has fibromyalgia. You have pain, you have fibromyalgia. You're a woman, you got fibromyalgia. You walk funny, you talk funny. Oh, you got FND now, And then I'm seeing it with psychiatric, and I'm seeing it with neurology and healthcare now, where you have FND and then you're just in those stupid, toxic, addictive, you got to go to the doctor every, and I'm going to explode here with the F-bomb. I need to put my thing up. I promise you I will put it up tomorrow. And I'll have to just, that's what I need to do. Okay? Tomorrow, I will put a QR code. Okay? And if you don't have the funds, please do not send me the funds, okay? Okay. As another YouTuber, her name is Megan Fox. If you do not have your breadsticks, don't send me your, ramen noodle money. Quoting Megan Fox, okay? Okay. I want to do something fun because I wanted to give back, okay? And right now, I'll have to go buy some, casino chips or something, and we gotta, we gotta give back, you know. I want to, when I first started this, FND channel, I wanted to raise money for me to get a new walker, because at the time I needed a custom walker, rollator, electric scooter, but now I live in a basement and I don't know where to put it. So, and I'm this frugal, and I don't know if I have the means to pay for the shared garage. I don't even know if I can have part of the garage. Nobody's driving, so anyways, so, but I still want something to, if I started working somewhere, I want to eliminate all stress, all pain, all malaise. I want to be able to come home and not pass out. Like yesterday, I don't even know what I did. I don't know if it was Wednesday doing my YouTubing, which I've found some interesting information that YouTubing research, whatever, that the camera actually soaks up like 25% of your energy. So, and then you have FND on top of that. So that makes sense that my brain was just fatigued. And then I think on top of that, I did a lot of studying and trying to catch up where I left off with the real estate. So I guess, I took a nap, and then my nap turned into, oh, magic. It's already 4 o'clock this morning. So, and the coffee, this is my second cup of coffee, and it's already 4 o'clock, and it's not working. And that led into me in this rabbit holes of genetics. I started yesterday, before I had my nap, I was like finding and liking and subscribing to all things F&D, and just kind of watching shorts and yeah, liking it all. So giving some love to the FND community, and then that just, I think, exploded into my algorithms. Like, here, honey, you got an addiction problem, welcome to, okay. Oh my goodness. Anyways, see, I've got a problem because I didn't realize that I've been talking for almost 2 hours now. And that's the sucky part about having a speech issue, is you talk a little bit slower. So if you are watching this on the replay, it's always fun to put me on 2.0 and make me sound like a chipmunk. So I find it hilarious. I don't find it offending. Yeah. So I'm gonna be laughing hysterically when my family members listen to this channel, today's episode. Jimmy Kimmel, Doppelganger, and Celine Dion. It fits, doesn't it? It fits. Although I don't even want to hear my Celine Dion sing. I don't even think she can sing. She's gonna hate me. That's all right. Also, if you want to find some abstract art, although this is not really abstract, it's a big, huge heart, give Claire Woods some love, you know. Tell her I sent you, whatever. Go get yourself a mug. Join me with a cup of coffee or tea or water or whatever you drink, or just an adult beverage. Yeah. Yeah. We're adults. Okay? It's okay. It's okay to sleep. It's okay to have an adult beverage. It is okay. It's all okay. Where's Flash Fan? I miss you, bud. Oh, wait. I know where he's at. Either eating or, yeah. Miss you, bud. I'll bug you later. Anyways, tonight, FNL, Friday Night Live is going on with the expert. I feel like he's the male version of me, you know. I'll put sunglasses, although my family member will probably recognize these. There we go. My expert, you know, got to promote him. He's my brother from another mother. Go check him out. It's always fun to listen to them chit chat about life and having fun, and then that'll follow through with MG Law. Go check him out. We play games on Saturday. Watch people being tased and other goofy stuff that people do in the world. Mo in the Deep End is finished for the week. Shizzy Wiznut, I haven't been watching him for a while, but I miss his morning gigs. Like I said, The Hollow Waits, he and Dictionary Diva do some painting on Saturdays, mostly Sundays or Saturdays. I don't remember. So check that out. There's a lot of therapy that you guys didn't know. Yeah, another rabbit hole that I love to put you guys in. So, and so that's where you'll pretty much find me. If you are in chat, I will say hey and give my hearts and love, and so you can find me. You can always find me in YouTube, in the YouTuber world. So go check that out. Anybody else? Oh, I haven't watched Squid in a while. I watched her the other day, and so miss you, sister. And so, yeah, even that's like dumb because, you get off your schedule, your habit, or whatever, and it's a normal, fun habit. And even after going through therapy this for years or whatever, and even my brain is like, that's not even normal. Why are you getting off of your schedule? And, so those are some stupid issues that I'm dealing with that just like, that you have a problem in if you do. So I'm trying to, now that I'm kind of going in another rabbit hole, all that, thought process. And so, anywho, what else? Whoa. I thought this was only a Streamlab issue, not a StreamYard issue, not a Streamlab. And then it's probably an internet issue. Anywho, that's probably my sign. You're done. You're done. Get off of here. We're done. We're done. We don't have the capacity. If you are struggling with FND, you're not alone. There, we've got Anna on here. She's also the Spanish version of FND, so go check her out. And there's your find your people, okay? And I'm having the difficulty conversation where when you have FND and you're probably in a state where you just don't have the capacity for other people, that's okay. Reach out, and if you can only stand, 3 minutes, do it, but still check in with your people, your FND people, because that's probably all that they can, deal with is just, hey, how are you doing? Checking in, and, most likely they're fine. They're just dealing with a lot with the symptoms, they just can't deal with anybody but themselves, and that is okay. Being a lone wolf is okay. I know that we're creatures of, habit and, social butterflies. Some of us are not. That's okay. But we've dealt with a lot. So just, that's another thing that I want to do is like with my phone number, I was gonna leave you guys, but I'm gonna go on another tangent. With my phone number, I kind of want to see how many phone numbers I can connect with this thing. And then when you call, and whoever picks up, I want to do this. I so want to do this. I want this phone number 444 or 440-494-6 FND. That is 363. So I want to connect other people with FND and whoever picks up, and or leave a message for somebody, and you leave their name and 3 minutes to win it, or however long you get. I don't know. I kind of want to connect you guys, and because sometimes, like with FND, you have vision problems. You're just too cognitively impaired some of the times. Like when I was initially going through this, I don't really have the capacity for other people. But and I couldn't read, or you have paralysis, so all you can do is answer the stupid phone. And so and then support groups on social media. I go through phases with that too. So where I don't want to see somebody ticking, or these Zoom calls. I don't want to see somebody ticking, because then I feel like I'm getting all jacked up too. I mean, yes, there is a point where I'm like, advocating, supporting. I don't want you to be alone. But then there's times where I'm like, I don't need to see you. Love you to pieces, but I need to be the lone wolf, Thank you to Angie Peacock for, go watch her video. She went to an event with 170. I think she's working her magic. Their providers, and go watch her video. Is all I can say. That's where I'm getting the lone wolf and a lot of my ideas with that. So you're not alone. We're in this together. We'll transform, evolve together forever. And we'll get there. We'll get there. I don't want this to be a trend. I don't want to find it seems like it's starting to evolve in this stupid trend. Everybody has FND. Where now I heard a practitioner say, sorry guys, that's my cue to eat, where this practitioner was saying FND is like as common as headache or migraine or whatever, second most common thing now. And like literally 2.5 years ago, when I was diagnosed, this was pretty rare, and it seems very rare, and it's very rare to have all these, I'm gonna start cursing, FND symptoms. Like, this is like, for me, it's like PTSD on fucking steroids. There we go. And I owe you a Coke. There we go. I owe you a coffee. If I owe you a coffee. That's what we need to just do, is like, and then I maybe at the end of the month, my cursing jar we go through, and then I owe somebody a coffee, Coke, adult beverage. I don't know. So yeah, it's just like, it's not non-epileptic seizures. It's its own category in the epilepsy surgery, classification. Like I said Wednesday, there's 2 types of seizures: the structural seizure epilepsy world, where it's convulsive, non-convulsive, vocal, whatever you want to call it. Now they're like partial complex seizures after 20 some years turned into focal seizures, whatever. You crazy nuts out there that change everything, stop changing everything, okay? And then there's non-epileptic seizures, and then there's functional seizures. Yeah, they can kind of coincide in their, bubble, but I think there's 4 subcategories of epilepsy seizure, That's my thinking, And I don't think non-epileptic seizures is functional seizures or attacks or whatever you want to call it. Okay? And we're definitely not calling it psychogenic and pseudo seizures. Okay? We need to eliminate those words. I just really want to burn the stupid DMS-5 book, to be honest. Let's have a party and let's get Tara Lynn and Jen from the Gaslight Truth podcast. Let's light that book on fire. Okay? Yeah. That's my whole thought on that. And then I'm like, when I was in the psych hospital or ward or whatever you want to call it, and when it first started, and then I had to go back, mandated to go back to the same hospital that I had a stroke, and then I got conversion disorder, and psychiatric doctors need to stop. The pandemic is over. Yeah, we have COVID issues still lingering. It will become one day like the flu, and it's getting there. But stop. Do not allow, if you have it, FND or any chronic, or I know it's convenient to have somebody doing telehealth, but I don't think it's ethical to be treating over telehealth. Maybe if it's a reoccurring treatment plan, that's okay, but initial evaluation, reevaluation, exam, discharge, no, like, yeah, they deal with, your brain or whatever, but you still need to see them in person, and that psychiatrist, you're I'm trying. And then this whole story could have been so much better, preventable. Let's take you off the meds, titrate, or at least titrate me off. Yeah, I might have still had FND, whatever you want to call this, conversion, but I went to one hospital because I went I fell back in July of 2023. Okay, I fell on the sidewalk. Then I was on Vraylar for a good 3, 4, 5 months, give or take. And birth control. And then I fell back in July, and then my blood pressure was stupid high. The nurse, let me backtrack. So I am when I take medication that I'm allergic to, psychiatric med, I'll have this chemical, I want to say psychosis reaction, mania, bipolar, whatever. It's not me. It's not, it was the medication. Okay. I'm not doom and gloom. It's not in my genetics. It was chemically induced by Vraylar. Okay. And Vraylar, you can come find me. Because and I don't have that issue when I'm not on anything, so it's the medication. And then what's upsetting is I saw a practitioner less than a year prior. She knew me, and she failed me. Like, I would have been like, "Are you okay? Like, you look like you're in distress." I'd been like, "Yeah, I'm in distress. I'm medicated and chemical. Yeah, this person had their children with them. You gotta protect the littles." But I would have called 911. I would have. I don't. That is a situation that, fuck, stupid HIPAA laws, and you're still obligated to help somebody. It's the fucking right thing to do. Right? Humane thing to do. Because that person's in distress and could have gotten hurt. Especially, I don't know what I would have done if I had gotten in a car accident and hurt somebody. I had no concept when I was in that state. I absolutely had no concept. I was crying. When you're in that brain set, and that is non-epileptic seizures, maybe, but it also was like psychosis. I'm going to call it psychosis. And so I had no concept to calling 911. I had no concept of calling emergency contact. I had no concept. And if I did, I don't remember. I don't remember. I do remember making the decision to driving to the psych hospital because it was closer. So somewhere along the lines, I had common sense to drive to the psych hospital because it was closer than the ER. And I kind of knew that you don't bring anything. You don't bring, you leave your stuff in the car. It gets stolen, whatever. You don't, after a previous psych visit where they lost, medical equipment, I learned that they wouldn't even let me wear a heart monitor. And then it was gonna cost me $700 and they lost it. Yeah. In the safe. Yeah. So yeah, it's just like, and then you get there and the facility is locked. Literally. a psych hospital is supposed to be open 24/7 is locked. Nobody around in the reception area. It's dark, locked. You try their emergency phone outside to call somebody and nobody answers. You're standing there for 20 minutes. 20 minutes, give or take. I think, of course, I don't really, timing might be off, but, and I, again, had no concept of calling anybody. My phone, I tucked my phone in my car somewhere. So, if somebody needed to get it or whatever, yeah. Because I knew that, whoever was able to pick it up or whatever would have a problem. And then I stood there waiting. Somebody luckily passed. And then you have to do a breathalyzer. Then they take your blood pressure. I think it was okay. Because I was like trying every coping skill, knowing the man, trying to get, make sure my blood pressure, didn't get scary. It's your natural instinct and, to try to survive and you get in that survival mode and stuff. But, so, yeah, and then I don't really remember much when I was admitted, but I knew I needed to have them check my blood pressure. It was pretty stroke high once I got admitted and settled, and I couldn't stop crying because you're in that psychosis state, non-epileptic, whatever you want to call it. And we're going to call her Nurse Betty because Betty is she's the B word, and this whole story. And Nurse Betty went and talked to, because I was like, I know I have allergies to many medications. I give you consent to intervene. I'm concerned about this blood pressure. Plus, I hadn't slept since really my fall, because I was up and down too. So Betty, for 45 minutes, you need to stop crying. Yeah, I know I need to stop crying, but I'm trying. I need something to intervene this blood pressure and to calm me down, and I give you consent. I don't care. I didn't have time, nor could I drive. And she even said that I needed to bring my medication with me. Yeah, I'm gonna drive 20 minutes out of the way in this stupid psychosis and risk my life and risk somebody else's life. 20 minutes away, get whatever medication I am. When you're in psychosis, you know, yeah. Not in a state to drive or go anywhere. And you have no concept. And then 45 fucking minutes. I didn't care if you gave me sleepy tea, melatonin, whatever shot. I don't care. Just give me something so I can sleep finally and stop crying and or send me to the hospital. No, she was going to write me down as going against medical advice and trying to kick me out and telling me that the insurance won't pay if I left, and for 45 minutes. Blood pressure stroke high. So then I was like, you know what? If I'm here tomorrow, great. So I'm going to go to bed. Try to calm down. Telling me that doctor's not going to intervene. There's nothing that they can do. I'm waking up the patients who are over-medicated and already had medication because they were already snoozing. It was 11, 10 o'clock at night by this time. That nurse. And then I reported that nurse to management. Very intimidating guy that deals with all the bullshit, patient advocate. I don't know. This nurse needs to retire, lose their license, and then so she retaliated. Not only during that short 3-day visit, but when I returned during a mandated visit because conversion disorder, you got psychiatric issues, you need, yeah. Anyways, she got every chance whenever she was on shift to sneak, retaliation. like when I returned and I was starting to have night terrors again from this whole, bullshit. I had fallen out of bed. I slipped out of bed, and obviously I couldn't ambulate. Couldn't get back into bed. Um, uh, so one nurse, I don't know what I'm gonna call her yet, but Nurse Betty, had to stay in the room with the lights on. My poor roommate at that time, although she was over medicated, um, had to stay in the room to tell me, why are you, faking this, and why are you doing this, and whatever else commentary she wanted to do. I can't lift because I have back issues. Why are you a nurse? Is what I want to say. Why are you a nurse? So this other nurse had to come in and get help, and because I had lost all function the second round of going to the same damn place. Anyways, and then there were quite a few other times, taking medication and telling me why am I faking my seizures and causing a problem, and um, you can ambulate, and yeah, and yeah. So back to when this first all started. Then I woke up to phlebotomists. They couldn't find a vein. I'm like, get this stupid phlebotomist or the tech, and then I made them get the actual phlebotomist, who instantly found a vein magically. And then I saw the psychiatrist, and then she put me on ziprasidone and doxepine. Ziprasidone first, and then the next day she pressured me to take more of the ziprasidone and doxepine, but I was like, no, I'm allergic, I have sensitivities, this is why I'm here, I'm here for the Vraylar, so they instantly took me off Vraylar, which is not good to titrate somebody off of Vraylar or any psychiatric medication. You need to microdose, not cut it in fours, not cut it in half, not cut it in 3/4. You need to titrate down, No problems, Yvonne. I'm just jibber jabbering about this story because I was gonna leave, and then I got on a tangent. So watch replay later and Sorry I'm not making any intermission. Maybe I should make an intermission and finish the story, because I don't think I've done a very good job. I've let you guys derail me, and then yesterday I practiced, and now I'm ready to tell this story again. And you know, yeah, I'm so fucking tired. This is a fake condition, and it's not. This is a. If it's mental, it's mental. If it's physical, it's physical. But I think it's both. You know, I think it's one or the other. I don't care. Everybody has a different situation. Everybody's dealing with it differently. I don't. Holding back, yes, holding back is so damaging, and we need to break the stigma that, you know, cry. You've seen me cry online on the interwebs. Like, I'm sure somebody out there is making money off of me crying. Jimmy Kimmel, you need to make me some money. Go, if he knew how to, do interweb type stuff. See, now I'm using my Jimmy Kimmel doppelganger as my, just like Mo uses Mr. Mo, you know. We're using you as a prop, okay? Because, for the time being, you're, until I find a real, Mr. FND prop, that's a later. Dating, having, disability, chronic issues is a whole another story. And that's a later time. I'm not ready for that, by the way. I did practice. I did get out there, and I tried to go out on a date. Yes. Whoa, Jimmy Kimmel. Whoa. I know. I literally moved in, and probably a week after I'm moving, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna try. And I'm definitely not ready to date, but the expert, you're probably watching my channel now. You're watching. I'm just joking. Whoa, Sarah's trying to date. Oh my goodness. Okay. All my exes out there, are probably like, yeah. So, but I'm not ready for that whole, and that'll come in time. You'll hear more about it. I would love to find Mr. FND that, would like to participate in this, because in this channel as well, in some fashion, and just be my producer, because it would make it a lot easier. So, than doing it on my own. So, and keep me on, keep me from, spending money on, anyways. So anyways, yeah, that's out there. You know, Jimmy Kimmel is probably gonna make fun of me. Celine Dion, doppelgangers. You know, my Celine Dion, Jimmy Kimmel. Yeah, you're probably gonna make fun of me, but that's okay. That's what family is for. So, anywho, and that will come in time. That I'll get there. And dating when you are 40 is very weird, and a lot of you need help, to be honest. Go see a psychiatrist, please. Go see a psychiatrist. Already. Oh my goodness. You know, show accountability. Smile in your photos, please. Don't show your littles, you know. I'm kind of against that. I'll swipe left or right, or I'll avoid you if you. That's just weird to. I know it's not exploiting your children, but it's just borderline. Like, let me get to know you first. Let me, and then, you know, in time, your children, you know, their safety, their, you know, they don't need to be attached to somebody, you know. And then obviously somebody that doesn't work for you, you know, you need to make that decision. And I don't need to be your baby mama. No. That comes very later in the game, you know? Like, and definitely if you do have like 3 baby mamas, I'm not your chick. Like, I've got enough to deal with FND, you know. And yes, I do want to have children. I don't think I can have children. I definitely would scoop up whatever children when the time is right, you know, for that, and claim them as my, you know, my own, and definitely treat them as my own. And, you know, and if I have to deal with my baby mama, um, you know, they would have to understand that, you know, my time with them is, you know, I'm going to treat your children as my own, and you stay, you know, you understand, you know. But I still kind of want that little hint of like, hey, we're, you know, in this together, we're friends, you know. It's kind of weird, but I would actually like to meet somebody that is maybe a widower. I think it would make it a lot easier, you know, if they have children involved. So there's my gist of, you know, the dating world. And gosh, you guys are just gonna pick everything out. I'm just gonna just roll today and just talk about everything. Anyways, back to Nurse Betty. So I met with the psychiatrist. She pressured me to the very next day to take more, and I was starting to really feel numb. I'd bitten my tongue in the middle of the night with this doxapine or this ziprazidone. I needed the doxepine to sleep. I was willing to take that. And so, and as you can see, I'm like, I get red now as evidence that I'm like embarrassed, I guess, now that I'm talking about dating and on the interwebs. Oh, my exes out there are probably like, oh, yeah, she's a mess, whatever. Glad that she's not part of my life. Yeah, write it down, be glad that, yeah. Anyways, so then I met with another psychiatrist the following day, and he just blew me off. Like 2 minutes, I saw him for 2 minutes. I was like, I'm hypersensitive, shared some, deep personal, stresses of life, and then he was like, talking on his, microphone for another patient, insurance, doing administrative, very distracting. And I was like, hello, are you focused? ADHD? You have ADHD? Okay. And so he kind of laughed off when I said I'm hypersensitive, shared the, personal trauma information. And I requested microdose. I was already on a microdose of this ziprasidone, and I wanted to go down a little bit lower to see if this biting my tongue and numbness, like brain numbness, fog would get better. And so he said, you're an adult. I can't do that. It's already the lowest dose. I think it was a capsule. So he couldn't, have the nurses cut it. And you're an adult. It's a capsule. I can't. He laughed at me. That's detrimental. That's not okay. And then kind of shrugged me off. Bye, see ya. So, and I'm the type of person, I told the next psychiatrist where I was like, you know what, you seem like he was a army oriented. You could tell he was, on the reserves and, army mental health psychiatrist. So, and I did like that factor, like, and he did listen, but those notes are just they're not included in the documentation, my health history that I have received. So those are missing, which is great. So yeah, but it was virtual, not in person. The other two were in person. And I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna follow up with the first psychiatrist, nurse practitioner. And he was like, yeah, sure, that sounds great, but I don't remember much of it because I was crying and I couldn't stop crying. The psychosis, crying, anaphylactic seizures, whatever it was called. And that day is when, and then the following night after, I need to find names for these. That night we had a incidents where one of the patients in the unit was causing ruckus and was in a state psychosis and like they should have put her in a kind of locked her up or something and then give her a shot because she was crazy. So she was slamming all the unit doors. And they were letting her do those. Like, I guess they had a no touchy shot policy. I don't remember. And so put her in the quiet room, lock her up in there. And you could tell that she was underage, which I don't understand why a parent would, allow for their child who's under 18 to be locked up in an adult facility. And two, she was causing a ruckus because she was not able to go outside or smoke with the others. I don't smoke. Thank goodness. And I think she was very psychotic. She was trying to intimidate all the patients, seeing who she could pick on. Obviously, the following night, when this all started, she was trying to intimidate me because I was in her bubble, I guess, of intimidation. And so again, she was not able to go outside or smoke, lost her privileges. And well, she came in from outside because she was sneaking a cigarette or whatever from another patient, and she comes in. I'm coming out of the they had like a sunroom, and I was coming. They had snacks, and they used to have exercise equipment, which is a load of bullshit that they removed these, because when you are on psychiatric and you get into these protracted withdrawal and you start having akathisia and you can't stop walking, and and they used to have, whatever snacks, and then coffee and whatever, but a lot of that was eliminated over the years and pandemic. Anyways, and then they have a TV and in the sunroom. So anyways, I was coming in out of there to walk around, and she was coming in and she said, "You better effing move." I don't know if she used the F-bomb. I think she did. It's hard to tell after 2.5 years. And she slams the door in like inches. And these doors are 2 inches thick. And they've got plexiglass an inch thick. So typically your brain is going to, and that's where they got the conversion disorder idea. Because if you think back to 9/11 and all those people that could have survived that traumatic coming down and surviving that, or a tsunami wave, people that have a tsunami survive that most likely would have functional neurological disorder, or that's where they got, I think, the conversion disorder. And I don't know if that idea transferred over to the hospital and they finally said, okay, that makes sense, or if that hospital that diagnosed me in rehab that came to that conclusion. So when your brain, you're thinking of it as a normal door with glass. So you're thinking that glass is going to break, and it doesn't. And your brain, like, what? And so that's where conversion disorder, and that's where the psychiatric aspect of that. So, but then later that day, after she did that, then I went outside, kind of blacked out. I don't know if I went outside and blacked out or if I was like, something's off, and I was still concerned about my blood pressure. So I think I went, it's all a blur. I don't remember this little, little glob. If I went outside and then came back in, and then the nurse that I talked to, I was like, I need, something for my blood pressure. Something's off. So she and I made the game plan. Maybe you need fresh air. Maybe it's the anxiety. It's always the anxiety. Okay. We'll give you something for anxiety or your blood pressure, and come back in 45 minutes after you get some nice aromatherapy with smoke. Is usually the typical aromatherapy and outside scheduled time. And then come back and see me, and then we'll take your blood pressure and reevaluate. Now, the first incidents with this patient doing the doors that previous night, all the doors, that got me anxious, but nothing, I don't think that impacted me. I was like, okay, she needs a shot. And I know that there was an EMT that, bless her heart, that said the same thing. And I kind of found my people there that, were kind of in the same field and whatnot. So, bless her heart. Yeah, she helped me a lot. And then another, it's hard. It's hard to be an EMT, to see that. It's hard to be a firefighter. So love you guys if you are watching this somewhere, someday. Um, you guys help me, and then what was I saying? But it did cause 2 other patients, when she did the door chaos, to one have a seizure, and then 2 a veteran who had PTSD to flare, and then they sent them to the hospital. But I think they came back in 72 hours. So remember that they came back 72 hours. Yeah. And yeah, that one that had the seizures, definitely, I think he had the structural seizures. So it's something they thought he coded, like coded. And then the other one was like, I can't handle this, but unfortunately they had to come back to that crazy. And then I was just chit-chatting with the EMT and the firefighter friends that I made, and I still want to get together with them. And when I returned, I think a month later, they were still there, and I was like, I want to, do, volunteer or something. I still want to do that, like, somehow, some way. Anyways, and then I'm sitting there trying to watch TV, which is always a lot of fun when you are medicated on psych drugs that are just numbing you out. Like, you have ADD on steroids. Is the best way to describe these side effects. And all of a sudden, my face started drooping on this side. And then I was like, something is terribly, see? I can even activate it talking about it. See that? Yeah. Touch it and I can activate it. I don't want to full-pledged activate a seizure online, but that's crazy. Smiling helps. And And this might also be tardive dyskinesia, which can happen with psych drugs too. It was damn scary though, to start stroking, very rapidly losing all function on my left dominant side. Everybody disappears when I'm talking. Oh, you're going to have a seizure online. And I know this is such a long 3 hour. I'm probably boring you guys, but this story yesterday I was practicing, and I really want to tell it, and I derailed so much and trying to avoid it, and I need to start focusing and start doing what I need to do on this channel. So and I am not afraid to share a seizure. I hope it's like a pre-recorded past thing, never live online. But there's always that 1% chance, you know. And with functional neurological disorder, I think we can somewhat control it a little bit. I think not 100%, but maybe 1%, you know, somewhere around there, where we can kind of control, like smiling, you know, smiling. I've been told that I have probably the best smile ever. So, see, you can tell this whole story, and there might be a 2% chance, can cause FND symptoms. Like, it is pretty traumatic. I don't think a lot of people can, and then please jump around, pause, skip around if you're watching the replay. And I will do my due diligence. That's a hard word when you have FND and speech issue. To go back, and I will, you know, mark it if I do ever have an episode, or delete it, or whatever I feel more comfortable doing, or, you know, make it private or whatever. And I'm not, I think having an episode in front of people, yeah, and you're conscious, and it weirds people out, but I don't think, I mean, there is Angie, another Angela, she wants seizure to be free or whatever on YouTube. She does a marvelous job. She records all her seizures. Bravest girl, woman. Journey. What is her channel? Sorry, I'm doxing that. Anyways. Okay, that's crazy. Okay. YouTube is losing it. As always. Hang on. My journey to be seizure free. Sorry. She records, she had a vaccination, you know, injury, when she was in high school, and now she has non-epileptic seizures, and so she records in all of her seizures and shows them off. Shows herself dancing. So to bring awareness to the seizure world. So, and heck, Angela, if you're ever watching, love you, girl. I've been watching her for years. Heck, this is where the trend of FND. Now everybody has FND. It's ridiculous. Everybody has non-epileptic seizures. Everybody, it's like, yeah. And then I feel like these doctors and practitioners that think that they know everything about non-epileptic seizures or FND when they don't have FND, like, and they think they know everything. I'm sorry, but no. Once you experience it, then you can be a professional. Like, no, I'm not gonna go to somebody who, once you've taken care of 1,000 patients, that have FND, then maybe you're a specialist. Yeah, like my chiropractor, I need to make her a certificate and call her school and be like, she's certified. I'm gonna personally certify you. Have a grand opening with the commerce, in my town, ribbon cutting. We'll make it a whole ordeal. Because, and how I'm doing that is like, anytime that you have it, anytime I have an episode and you follow through with my little protocol and you find some compassion and you just like hang out and chill with me and you don't pressure the ambulance, you win. You win. You win. So I went to our local hospital. Unfortunately, they had COVID flares, so they had no room for me. They immediately took me to CT, and my goodness, be prepared to feel like you shit all over yourself. They give you the dye to do the CT, and they should have. I felt like they did a full body CT, whatever you want to call it, but I think they did not. They only did my brain, or cervical to brain, and so that's like cookie, you would expect. And then they put me on the stroke protocol, which they were worried that I was having an actual stroke. So I was like, yeah, let's do it, just in case. By then I was losing my speech pretty pretty fast, the stress of it, and called my sibling, my emergency contact. Oh yeah, non-epileptic seizures is a real thing. It's okay. Yeah, most neurologists are too lazy anyways. um, they don't like reading. So anywho, so I kind of was starting to, with all the adrenaline kicking in and rushing out of my body, they decided to send me 3 hours away from family, friends, support. Yeah. And, you know, I'm sure some of the people would be there, to, like, my best friend who passed away from cancer. She would have drove, but she was sick as a dog, and so she sent her best friend that she grew up with, and he's the one that brought me the, monkey and flowers and food. Because after although the food was pretty good, and the nurses were pretty great about, like if they were having a pizza party, they would, bring me a piece here and there, because, and then I had other people come in, reached out to whoever could bring whoever or send whoever. And then my best friend sent her aunt, who just gave me some loves and, just listen. And then I had some other friends come up, bring clothes, and because I had pretty much the clothes that I came into the psych, and well, actually they lost my clothes because I laundered my clothes, and then they gave me donations, which they were not washed either, which is gross. I know. Anyways, and they were too small too. So I was happy to get rid of those as soon as possible, and let them get lost. And then, so yeah, I was up there by myself. I felt like they were my emergency contact, who was my power of attorney, medical power of attorney. I felt like they were kind of lying and not really talking to me and including me into whatever I needed to do. And yeah, up until the end, when I was getting discharged, I was like, you guys are not being professional. You're not including me. We're going to have a chat now that I can talk. And yeah, I understand that I could barely talk, and I was probably not in a cognitive state to, make decisions or whatever, but you still honor the patient, and you still include them into whatever treatment plan and decisions, just in case, and so they did not give me hand splint, so I had to use the purple monkey that my best friend gave me. I requested an arm sling because with my medical knowledge in massage therapy, I knew that my shoulder was and is still subluxed to this day. I still have problems with. Now it's not like a full rip, but I can definitely still have problems fastening bra. And if my friend Flex is listening, pants are prison, bras are also prison, so we're going to go with that as kind of roll. So then they didn't give me an arm sling. The OT told me they don't provide those, or some stupid excuse. Some lame excuse. And then I was like, okay, I need an AFL, which is a leg brace to prevent drop foot, and it would have helped. They don't offer that. So hand splint, they couldn't offer that. Arm sling and AFL. And then I wanted to titrate off this medication from the previous psych hospital that might be contributing to this whole fiasco. All they could give me was the stupid excuse that they don't offer that. I'd be too busy in physical therapy, and I'm on my own, except my therapist at home was like, I can't see you because you're inpatient, and insurance would not like that. And then I did call somebody in that town locally. She was like, I can't see you because, one, it's unethical because you got so much going on. Two, the FaceTime, there was no FaceTime on these computers. I had to rent or borrow one of the computers from the library at the hospital. So their software doesn't allow computer camera, and for privacy and HIPAA laws and blah, 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 blah. Anyways, and then she's like, and so we had to talk on the phone, and she's like, I can't see you. It's unethical. You got too much going on. Previous history now, no. And and then they sent me chaplain, which is not going to tell the doctor that, oh, we think she's dealing with, bipolar or whatever. She's all happy and Lucky Charms and yeah. So, and then the doctor, before I got transferred over to the rehab, said, you will not have time. And even when I scheduled this appointment with the therapist outside the hospital, and she even said the same thing about insurance and being inpatient, outpatient. So she was like, you're going to be too busy. They kept interrupting this appointment. I kept telling them, look, I got this appointment. Quit interrupting and quit sending staff and nurses and, do not schedule me for physical therapy. And okay. So so she was like, I can't, this is unethical. Anyways, so then physical therapy was lining everybody up like cattle. And I chose the extensive program because I wanted the 3 hours because I was a medical massage. I voiced this. It wasn't extensive. Like, I was expecting extensive therapy, get in a pool, and you work your legs, and you do this, whatever, goggles, you do balls, you do more than just bedside, run on a treadmill, whatever. It was just, they put you in the, I forget, wedgie. I call it a wedgie walker, and basically hangs you so you don't have full gravity, but you work your legs and you walk and you relearn how to walk without having the therapist hold you up with the, band or whatever, strap. And so they did that maybe once or twice, and then I ended up buying shoes, but I ended up not needing them because with whatever, I bought shoes and I bought paints because they wouldn't let me have paint. They would let me have tempera paints, which are total crap when you're, an artist and you prefer the good stuff, which is acrylic paints, which dries a lot faster, and it's not like paint. Anyways, that social worker was just like, I'll find you whatever, blah, blah, blah. And then you don't see her until, a week later. Yeah. Oh, we can only offer you this. I already got the paints. That was stupid. And then what else? Did physical therapy. They only let me outside with the consent of the PT, like once, or twice. Actually, twice. I got to go outside with my OT, and and do TENS unit, which helped to open up this hand. I still needed hand splint because 2 times with TENS unit didn't really help. And then did a bunch of bedside in and out. The other thing that cracked me up was when I was in a lot of pain, and I should have used the McGill pain scale to just see what the doctor would say. I wish I had cryoderm. They gave me, what is it? Icy hot, not icy hot, Aspercream. Oh my gosh, that stuff stinks. Which Aspercream has capsaicin in it, so it's gonna increase your inflammation if you have any. And so I'm probably boring you guys, but I really want to tell this story, and you can watch this. I'll probably piece this together, and you'll probably like, yeah. You're not gonna edit this, I gotta tell this story, no matter how long it takes me to tell this story. Because I feel like I need to. The more I bring it up, it's like, you've suppressed this a long time, you've derailed from this, you need to, stop stalling, and you need to tell this story, every once in a while. I mean, holding it in, suppressing it does you no good. But you got to also realize that with FND, it's also important that you don't suppress it, but then you don't hash it out unless your body wants to, and so hashing it out all the time, like with the therapist, going to a therapist every month or a week or whatever, is not going to do you any good. It's just going to damage you more and more and more, because you're, still activating that PTSD. You're still activating that trauma. You're still pushing those buttons and telling your body to remember that. Let your body just let it flow. Just, let it go. Like I said before, there is no protocol on this disorder. Your body will heal in time. Your body will, allow you to forget, to bring it up, to heal, to whatever it needs to do. Because I don't really honestly believe that childhood trauma should not be brought up, because you've already somewhat healed from it, and like there's a reason why you don't remember, grandma's cookbook from, 1980 something, same thing with, your trauma with FND and all that. But you remember the good things, about grandma, those are those are good, good memories. You need to bring up good memories. But every once in a while, your body is like, okay, you need to work on this just a little bit, just a little bit, not, not, don't. And I'm gonna probably be tuckered out tomorrow, after telling this story, because that's what this whole story is done. FND. And this might be just, that's probably why healthcare thinks it's all, trauma, too. All psychiatric, because, that's how it starts, and then it's from trauma, birth, injury, surgery, injury. And then you rehash it. See? Look at that. I'll show you. Because we're getting down to the nitty-gritties of the story. Closer. That's why I'm taking a break from telling this story and talking about other stuff. And you can't tell me now. I shower, I'm relaxed, I'm cool, and this still happens. Like, I'll shower, it's not itchy right now, but my face. And I had when this all started, when I started propranolol back in 22, 21, when I was propranolol, and I had COVID about the same time, but I had, precursors, but I also had the COVID shot, and COVID shot seemed to activate whatever this is. It's itchy, shows up when I'm cool, calm, collect. Sometimes it shows up when I'm talking about this shit. Sometimes it shows up in the shower. Like, I'll have a full-fledged shower itching. It's stress, but I love it when the provider who I was like telling her about it, she was like the typical practitioner that said, oh, just put cream on it. Maybe your skin is dry. It's winter. It's summer. Just put cream on it. Now, telling a massage therapist who works with, grease and all that, lotion, that's the last thing I want to hear is put fucking lotion on, something that might be, and I'm allergic to a lot of, thanks to my mom. See? It's not stress. It's not the story to, maybe it is, I don't know. I'm allergic to life, okay? Let's FND, you're allergic to life. Let's just laugh. We're just, yeah, just laugh. Um, so then they nonchalantly gave me the diagnosis, outdated diagnosis of conversion disorder. I had lost my apartment in the process. At that point, with the shoes, I think I did buy a pair of clothes. I ended up having whoever take them back because, they didn't match. And then I think the person got me something. So I was like, just take the refund and get yourself something as a thank you. I don't remember. And then for just, being a wonderful person, just listening to my story. And then, because I was still on ziprasidone and doxepine and still have mania and akathisia, but paralysis. I was like, just, that's the worst, is having where you can't sit still and you're forced to sit still because you have paralysis on half of your body. You can't feel your half of your fucking body. You're numb in your brain, not just because you're just cognitively impaired because of the meds and then paralysis. You got all this shit going on. And so, yeah. And then you get nurses that, good girl, you took your medicine. That was, oh my goodness. And oh, and my favorite nurse out there, bless his heart, I think I was almost going to be transferred to the new unit for rehab. And I had never had like a seizure like this, no matter if I was sick or whatever. But I do not recall talking to the doctor, facing the doctor, talking to the doctor in person. She stated to the nurse that over the phone that she talked to me and I needed either allergy medicine, pain meds, something along those lines, or something. I don't know what. I don't see it in my records that I have obtained. No indication of what this medication was. It was by IV. Had a they I was like, okay, maybe I'm forgetting something, my cognitive brain is impaired. I'm just gonna go for it, consent to it, take it. Biggest, 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 biggest mistake. And if I wasn't 3 hours away, I know, plus, and this is not to my power of attorney medical emergency person. Don't feel like if you are watching, don't feel like you know, I'm not blaming you at all. Like, and I'm going to say that live here on the channel. I do not blame you. I wish you were there, though. I wish you were in person and were able to, but it is what it is, and that's what happened. Because I think we would have had gone in there, okay, you had X, Y, and Z. I don't think they would have lied to you. I don't think I felt like there was some lying going on, and they were not including me and only talking to my power of attorney, not including me. I think I would have been just done with this whole gotten off of whatever, titrated off, and not being taken advantage of or, manipulated in some forms too. We would have done what we needed to do, and then, like, my whole plan was to get out of there and maybe have some time to, like, even if I had to wheelchair a 5K, like a month later, just for shits and giggles. So then they gave me the IV, and I had a seizure. I could still, my eyes rolling behind my head and glittering. They turned the lights on, which was a big, huge mistake. I could still somewhat I was going in and out of consciousness, to be honest. Like, I thought I was going to die. My poor 30-year nurse who administered it and verified and all that, he's like, later, told me, I've never experienced that in my 30 years. Poor thing, and then they transferred him to another patient because liability. Oh my goodness. I was like so hoping that I would get him the next day. Luckily, I convinced him to help me to the bathroom so I can talk to you while I'm, on the porta potty. Um, uh, um, he was my favorite nurse. Second nurse that I absolutely adored. My first night, I was barely conscious, but she poked and prodded me, tested, make sure, my numbness and where I was having numbness, needles, and was barely, I was so tired. But that poor nurse, bless his heart, like, I wish I had you the whole entire time. And I made fun of him because he was like singing out in the hall and, having a good old time. So I would be like, boo! And Simon cow, making jokes, America's Got Talent out there, When you're locked up in a hospital for that long and you're on psych drugs, you're going to go crazy. So I made light of it at some points, and then wasn't a fan of OT. Just he made me uncomfortable. One of the nurses, female, made me uncomfortable. I will say that. Just, and then what else? And then they nonchalantly, you got conversion disorder, good luck. Was basically what the doctor said. Okay, I didn't really have time to, I thought it was the Vraylar, and then I was like, okay. But it didn't really kick in what it could have resulted this and stuff like that too. But then they loaded me up in a wheelchair. They removed the waffle. Do not get rid of the waffle. Do not get rid of the waffle. If you are in a wheelchair, don't get rid of the waffle, because it's going to be a fucking bitch-ass bumpy ride. It made me feel like a caged-up animal in the back of the fucking truck, to be honest. My favorite nurse that we did help with discharge and make sure he said goodbye. Mark Green on ER, he looked like him. Yeah, so with a pit twist. I forget the doctor on the pit. Anyways, so yeah, he said goodbye, and they gave me the meds, but they failed to give me thank goodness, the Zyprazidone and Doxepine, luckily, or just the Zyprazidone, because whatever, and it doesn't matter. But it would have been better if I had titrated off carefully, bead by bead, or cut it, or whatever I needed to do. Because I was going to have protracted withdrawal symptoms, a lot of FND stuff, and protracted withdrawal symptoms are very, 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 very similar. Okay. I'm finding this all out for you guys. So then I think the very that night, I got dropped off at the homeless shelter because I lost my apartment. Couldn't go to rehab for 30 days because of my age, my history, whatever else excuse that they wanted to come up with. And I was like, okay, I had connections, knew someone, maybe try this, homeless shelter. They had like a special unit for people that, needed a little bit more care. Thank you guys for, all your love and support and getting me in the right direction. They helped me a lot. But I had a follow-up with the primary who had a family or personal or medical emergency in the doctor's office or hospital or whatever. So got, put on his colleague. I was like, okay, great. I've heard good things about, through my grapevine of patients, and let me give her a shot, even though she doesn't know what the hell is going on. But here's the thing, most hospitals or doctors' offices are also retail. So be careful of the retail. I don't know what I'm trying to say on that. Hospitals, doctors. I can't think of the name, a word for that. But they're not going to refer you out to another facility or doctor, whatever, that's not associated with this hospital or doctor's office or whatever. So they've got blinders on to all other connections or whatever. If it's not associated with their hospital, yeah, good luck. So, guess what? Okie dokie. I was like, I kind of want to stay close to down, but if you need to send me to whatever, cool. I want to figure this out. I want to get off these stupid drugs that nobody seems to want to take me off. Carefully. Desubscribe. Just don't hit that unsubscribe button. I meant my medication, please. And she sent me back to the same psych hospital that I was at previous, because she did not know of any other places to go or that is not associated. And that was part of my fault. I would have called, connections. But yeah, yeah. So try to and I was barely scooting along, dragging my, left side. Still needed 30 days. Even as a medical massage therapist, I would have. You still need physical therapy, but I think part of it was because I was, so stressed, impaired from the stress. And so I unfortunately was mandated crying, couldn't stop crying, mania, chemical mania, psychosis, stress, hurting so bad, especially from that ride because it was bumpy as hell. And my gosh, this is going on for 4 hours. I'm so sorry, guys. But this whole story has been owed to you, owed to me. This whole time, and so I get admitted. At first, I was told at first that when I was in the rehab, that they wouldn't take me because I couldn't or I don't know. Anyways, they would not take me because I could not ambulate, which makes me like, what? You have elderly people that use walkers. I've been here before where, you've admitted people with catheters and stuff before. Like, that makes no sense. And then assisted living wouldn't take me because of my age and history, and group homes, yeah. Part of it was the conversion, outdated bullshit. But the nurse started joking a lot that I was able to ambulate when I came in, barely. And I knew the stress of it, I think it would be understandable if you lose all mobility with this condition. And she kept joking throughout the 2 weeks. I was like thinking I would be there. The average is like 7 to 10 days. Let's just switch meds or get off meds, slowly titrate. They absolutely did not know what conversion or FND was. They took me in a very complicated case now. And the doctor saw me via Zoom or telehealth or whatever, which I find very unethical. I mean, I saw a couple of them in person, but the main person who lived in a different town in the state, luckily, did not even, kept recommending the medications that I've already taken, or, so I felt like I was held against my will, basically, for the average is 7 to 10, days. I was held there for 2 weeks. Got one shower, begged for another before discharge. Never got it because I was like, well, if I go back to the homeless shelter, I'm not going to be able to shower because they don't have. I was never suggested. Here's a shower chair. Merry Christmas. And which out are inpatient, if you are inpatient ever for FND, and make sure that you do not go home without all mobility devices. That is my best advice to you today. Merry Christmas. Outpatient will not recommend or provide that. They don't supply that unless they, are combined with the home invite or, do kind of a dual thing. And doctors, your primary care physician will need to refer you to, orthopedic, and that can sometimes get too stressful to, neuro might help with that, but I can't guarantee. But your primary care will not know what the hell you need or do, or the codes. I highly recommend making friends with PT, OT that's had previous, career experience, or medical massage therapists, on PT would have a little bit more feedback on that, help you in that aspect. But make sure that you don't leave the hospital without all your equipment: wheelchair, seat, rollator, cane, custom, whatever you need. And you might need them all. Like, I still feel like I could have used a wheelchair. I should not. Here's the thing. I should not have had to pickpocket or pick out a trash can because some elderly lady had passed, and there's a fairly new walker that barely used. So I took that sucker out of the, trash. Yeah. Somebody could use it. I definitely use it. Now I have walker family members, and I still need a rollator with automatic brakes that would help me when I go to doctor's visits. So then I don't fall on my face, because rollators are very dangerous. Very, very, very dangerous for seniors. If anything, having the automatic brakes is a requirement for FNDers. So, because we have no concept if we have syncope or non-epileptic seizure, episode, and we need to lock, I don't have the concept. I learned that at a doctor's visit that I literally was going to fall on my face. Luckily, I had my walker that has the 2 wheels, enough to roll, get where I need to go. So yeah, I just can't believe this nurse. And then Nurse Betty came back, on her shift. Nurse Betty. Damn Nurse Betty. You dumb. I'm just, yeah. And then, yeah, so, and then there was a patient that was just, he was trying to instigate, see what trouble he can make, and tried to report him to my doctor. He was like, I can't do anything. Yes, you can. Since obviously the patient advocate could not shut Nurse Betty up, or, take her off the schedule. Suspend, bye. And then, so I lost all mobility pretty fast. And then, wheelchairing yourself with one hand is nearly impossible. All the patients that helped me instead of the nurses that claimed that they had no time to help me to the bathroom. And yeah, I had patients in this hospital that would sneak to help me, at least get me to the bathroom, and I got it from here. The one, she was a nurse, had been a nurse or whatever, and she's like, this is making me mad. And then this poor other patient that had, I call her the 10, you remember in 50 First Dates where Tim had 10-second or 10-minute Tim or whatever his name, or Dan, maybe it was Dan. Dan's the man. His memory, he only had 10 minutes, and he had trauma in 50 First Dates. Anyways, yeah, so she kind of had the same issue because electrical convulsive therapy wrecked her brain. So you tell her something, and she was sweet as pie, and we'll call her Penny because she was a nurse at one point, and then had the ECT and totally fried her brain. And it was kind of pissing her off in her 10-minute frame or whatever. And then I had a seizure. I know I had a seizure, and all the by this time the patients were like, this is messed up. They were all helping me, watching me and keeping an eye on me, and so I appreciate you guys if you ever see this. F you all you nurses and staff that made me feel like I was crazy. Joking, and then joking at discharge. I'm gonna kind of derail a little bit. I was looking, around for what celebrity or what name to give my book if I ever, publish it, and it should be published. I know you guys are yelling at me like you need to publish that damn book. And changing names and stuff, and found, that I'd been seeing this therapist for years, and apparently there was some association with this hospital, which doesn't really, it broke me in a little bit. Like I told you everything, and so that kind of stung, but whatever. And then so back to the discharge nurse. Okay, you're gonna have to ambulate from the unit all the way to the van at discharge. What? I can barely go in a circle in my fucking wheelchair without help. I mean, I tried to, halfway through, I tried to ambulate, but the fucking wheelchair flipped. I think I either I was falling on my face because the wheelchair is not, heavy enough for walker, weight, 100, I don't know how much I weigh. We're just gonna say I'm extra fluffy, 5 foot, and she constantly joked about me ambulating. The goal was to ambulate before, or at discharge, miraculously. I probably got only 3 fucking steps, scooted my fucking leg like a pirate, Arg. boom, instant seizures. Oh, by the way, I forgot, before we get into discharge, they decided now Topamax is typically used for anti-convulsive and migraine. And then I'm really, since 2018 is when I find out that they use triliptol, an anti-seizure medication for mood disorders and bipolar, and other psychiatric, which makes no fucking sense. No fucking sense. Okay. I'm still drinking coffee, and it's 6. I've been talking to you guys for almost 5 hours now. Kind of a long, dreaded story, but like I said, I'm overdue. I'm overdue for this, you know. I need to do it. And maybe later down the line, you guys can kind of pickpocket other, now that you understand my story or heard my story, that you can like help me derail, but now you can kind of, hey, we haven't heard the story. I know it's like trying to not manipulate us, but like, and I know myself that if you said, hey, I want to hear, can you fulfill, you know, help the newcomers hear X, Y, and Z. And, you know, if I'm like, I'm not ready, I will not even tell this story, you know. But you guys can help with this whole journey. You guys are, you know, my lucky charms, you know, my marshmallows and my lucky charms. So, and I know my boundaries. This is probably a sign that I've talked too much. I'm probably gonna crash tonight, but that's okay. It's all about the healing, the journey, the, you know, the whole process. And to tell you that about 2.5 years ago, back in August of 2023 is when this all started, I would have not been able to do this today. I would not have been able to talk about this specific ambulating bullshit with the nurses at discharge. I don't even know what I want to call it now. But so get my stuff organized. I didn't really have much. Pretty much everything was donated during the process. I was like, I don't really want to remember this whole chaos of bullshit, you know, drama. I don't want to remember you guys. I don't want to remember this whole trauma story, chaos, bullshit. I don't know. And so we get to discharge. It was kind of sprung on me. I was like, I really need to figure out what, you know, medication, even the doctor was like, at this point, 14 days later, I don't know what to do with you. The Topamax caused seizures. 3 days, took it 3 days, tried it 3 days. First day, convulsive type seizures. Now, the seizure that I had at the previous hospital, that was a one-time thing. I've never, even if I was sick, I don't even remember ever having these type of seizures. Couldn't talk. But I could hear and communicate. If they did not give me the yellow pill, which I questioned the doctor about, and he was like, "What pill? What yellow pill? Are you hallucinating? Maybe on this medication, but okay." So I'm hoping that this also inspires those of you that have FND and have gone through similar trauma in the psych world, that maybe some of you will, call or email me your stories, or email me any, evidence of trauma or anything like that too. I know it takes a lot of guts to tell this story, and I know I derail quite a bit because it is something that, the average person out there probably watching is like, what the hell? I can't even process or get scared because, of my whole, FND seizures and stuff. So they ripped out my hair. First they splashed salts or ammonia in my nose, which did not do me any good, because now when I have an episode, and which is also dangerous for somebody that has seizures, electrical seizures too, and we didn't know that at that point, and bless her heart, the nurse that I have this habit of finding, safe people to cling on to, which is good. She said that my enzymes did not indicate, ding dong, that you have electrical type seizures. She didn't say it that way, but I was like, okay, that is good, vital information I needed from a provider. Like, okay, this is the nurses that joked around, that took away the walker to coerce me to ambulate, which, and then tried to, use that against me, saying I was faking or attention seeking. This is not something you can fake. I guess I've been faking this 2.5 years. Okay. That's a long time for somebody to 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month, 3 months. Long time for somebody to fake something. This is not the condition. This is not that type of condition. I know it is somewhat linked to that condition. There's no way anybody could, and I'm not that type of person. So luckily they finally said, okay, we're going to wheel you to the entrance, but you still have to ambulate. Luckily, thank you. There's no fucking way that somebody could paralysis. I couldn't feel. I had to go. I still somewhat have numbness, in this arm, like my hip. I still have pain. I still cannot make it up. I cannot. Still. And I tried moving when I was in the hospital beds, my leg. I wanted to get back into massage. I wanted to get back to my life, the way it was before all this shit happened. And yeah, so the nurse manager in a mini skirt and high heel stilettos, Valley Girl voice, which being a massage therapist, where yeah, and then the discharge nurse. Yay! Let's one arm. I'll get one arm, and I guess I don't honestly remember, but all I remember is just I felt like I ran a fucking marathon, triathlon, huffing, puffing, dragging my leg, worrying about my shoulder that was subluxed and hurting, and the pain. I only had to walk from the entrance to the van a few yards, meters, whatever, inches. Dragging my foot, catching it on the stupid carpet, huffing, puffing. It felt like those probably been a half-hour ordeal. It felt like an hour, ordeal. I felt like they pulled me up by my pant loop and put me in the van. Had to climb the step and hold on to something, try to pull myself with one hand, get all twisted, and then they didn't even I don't even think they put the seatbelt on, and then I started having a seizure with vomiting. They closed the door. Paid no attention, immediately called whoever, the doctor, who recommended that I come back in for the night. Called the homeless shelter. Thank you guys. Called my POA. Even though I specifically said I cannot stay at my POA's home. I was in no state, no physical state. I couldn't ambulate. Their home was, out in the middle of nowhere. They're not home a lot. So I didn't want them to, find me on the floor, injured or anything. I just didn't want to. Plus they had, their family members and littles in there and dog, and it was just going to be too much, and their home was under construction. It was just not, and I didn't want them to have to redo their bathroom or anything like that to accommodate me or anything on a, whim, and then end up having to change that because I move out, So that was a no-go. My other family member lived in a bigger town, so I was factoring in that I would not be able to, get around independently. And then the other family member was just not a no-go either. They didn't have the capacity mentally, emotionally for me to stay there. Their town is way too big. Like, I like this town because it's small but big, but, not everybody knows everybody's, business. And you can get around town. The bus system here, they do need improvement. They need to move things, their stops, add, seating at the bus stops would help. Like the bus, they have 3, clients basically. Big, huge clients. They've got the disabled accessibility community, and then this is a university town. I'm not. And then they've got, big factories in this town. So I've noticed that they've lost the university contract. And I've noticed that there's been a significant decline, or, I guess nobody takes the bus because the stops are not accessible very well. There's nowhere to sit. It's often dark sometimes. They have the option of access, but that is restricted. You have to sign up. It's kind of a wait process. Time, they got a time restraint. So my whole goal is, and I've said this before, my whole goal is to kind of pick their brains on that, make maybe some minor changes on that. So far, I'm not really getting anywhere. So if the mayor is listening to this channel, we need to make some changes. I'm slowly making progress, but it's not. Plus, it doesn't help that the city has changed roles and all that for the term or whatever. So that doesn't help new people in the ordinance or whatever you want to call it. But I'm trying. I can only do so much with the 70. I only have the, small capacity to do little minor changes. If you own a small business and you have, something out there, the ability to put a bench in, that's, you have a stop outside your business, try to talk to the city and, make that change for me. That would be huge, or add a stop or claim a stop, or, how they, you can adopt a highway. Like, do it for me. Do it for the FND community. Do it for the blind community. Do it for whatever. Adopt a bench. Put my name and my face on it, please. Since I gave you the idea, you can put your face on one side and put me on the other with my mug of coffee. So I was hoping, but with kind of the federal owned entity, with the bus system, unfortunately I can't volunteer. I sent an email. I'm gonna probably go bug the mayor here, in the future, probably next week, since I have the idea, to let me volunteer. I want to get out of this house a little bit, whether it's an hour, 2 hours. I'll probably say my max is probably going to be about a 4-hour window-ish. because obviously, see, I've been talking to you guys for almost 4.5 hours. That's okay. I really needed this story to be told. Back to, see, I was never able to talk. I never was able to look at this hospital. Never. It's taken me a long time to face it, look at it, talk about it without really triggering myself. And that's like, I know I'm going to have an emotion, roller coaster after this conversation, very long conversation about this. Because it's the whole healing process. So they get me up, have a seizure with vomiting, and like the nurse manager, I don't understand why this nurse manager needed to have her child, who was going to school for social work, involved. This child had no association. I think they were wanting to go to school for, I think, social work or mental health or whatever. If you're out there, don't do it. Don't do it. Get out. Watch the Gaslight Truth podcast. Get out. They will convince you it is the wrong idea, as this whole process has convinced me to stay away from mental health. It's no association with the hospital. No, not even in college, maybe. And she tags along with us. So discharge nurse manager, and this child who's, yeah. No internship, no college, or just maybe college. I don't know. I don't remember. And so then when my face is starting to twitch. That's probably my sign to be done, but I want to tell this fucking story. Excuse my French, I don't care anymore. If the president can say the F-bomb, I'm going to say the F-bomb. You would not think the president would, say the F-bomb, but nor would you expect me to say this, but after all that I've gone through with this. Oh, and then when I had to ambulate, they took away the walker. It was both the discharge nurse and nurse manager in her skimpy little high heel stilettos, and that still cracks me up. And then they do it again at the homeless shelter, or tried to anyways. Luckily somebody had common sense. Whoever was at the homeless shelter got me a wheelchair. Thank you. Dear, the saint of common sense. Anyways, I forgot about the nurses, that the discharge nurse and the driver who freaked out because I was having a seizure, and discharge nurse, they couldn't figure out how to fold up a wheelchair. And the kids that play with that ball that has the different, obviously you did not have that as a child. So yeah, and it was broken. I will give them that, so they kept trying to figure out how to fold this up, and then we were like trying to fit it in the back and unfold it, and I was like, just leave it. The other location, the homeless shelter, will probably have a wheelchair that I can borrow. Just give up. I'm tired of you guys. I don't want to see you guys. I don't want to hear about you guys. I just want to. You pulled out my hair. You ripped out my hair. I fell multiple times out of the wheelchair. You offer me medication. You failed to send me elsewhere or a specialty, or refer me back to the hospital, and just claim me as I'm too complicated for you. You kept giving me medications that I find out that I'm allergic to or have taken before, and then written me off in your notes that, I'm faking, malingering, bipolar, borderline, recommend ketamine and ECT because I'm resistant to whatever malarkey. Yeah. Yeah. FND is real. You're not crazy. You're not faking it. You're not having anxiety. You're having anxiety because you go through this shit. You go through trauma like this. You're forced to, strip down to your undies, in front of strangers who you might see in public, That's always fun. And then, and then you deal with the whole 23 other people with all their problems and stresses and, mental health issues, and traumas, and then you sit there and you're so numbed out from the drugs, and then you have a schizophrenic patient that just follows you and intimidates you, you know. And then, you know, and then people just, and I know the story could have been worse. Sad to say, this story could have been worse. It could have prolonged. And then they try to force me to ambulate. They forced me to ambulate at discharge, and then they forced me to ambulate at the homeless shelter, which, again, thank you to the homeless shelter for, you know, giving me a wheelchair. And then we just talked and decided for me to go back to our local hospital, a real hospital, not the psych hospital. And I got, you know, my team, like, got readjusted on, I think we were gonna titrate, but we might have switched drugs. Yeah, we switched drugs. Unfortunately, I wish I didn't forget that I had the gene psych test. Yeah. Sorry. Because then I was put on Cymbalta, and I'm allergic to that. But yet again, the provider, mental health psychiatrist, I feel like, I guess she saw this in my health history, but this might not be. They were just like, let's start you on this based on whatever, me, or, you know, recommendations from previous stupid practitioners, psychiatrists. And over, you know, over the time, like, it, and then I went back to physical therapy for about 2 weeks, give or take. Thank you guys. But here's the thing, it was right across from the psych hospital. So every time that they put me on the bike. I have, or see it because they had a big, huge window. And then their primary care was also apparently these two hospitals, this physical therapy, and were kind of associated with each other. Yeah, that's great. So anytime I see the primary care that also worked at the psych hospital, would come into the cafeteria of all places to do your bowel movement. Yeah, uh, that was the daily question from primary. Did you have a bowel movement during lunch, dinner? I don't know. I haven't eaten yet. Thank you. And thank you for, I don't need to know my neighbors when they had a bowel movement. Yeah, that's always fun. Like, do it in private, either in the room or in physical therapy. I mean, they came around during physical therapy, or give them a room, exam room. We're gonna take you to primary. Okay. Don't do it in the freaking while we're eating. Yeah. So every time during, yeah. I wish I got that cafeteria guy's number. He was cute. Not gonna lie, wherever you are, you got my number. Just kidding. No dating. No, don't do that. Anyways, I'm still drinking coffee at 7 o'clock at night. I think this is well overdue. I needed to do this. I mean, and I know somebody's going to say, that was the longest. And I'll probably go back and just clip, and do that. So, anyways. Oh, and then, do I even want to talk about the psycho roommate? Who, like, had issues. Maybe I'll save that for another day. 5 hours talking to you. I got over the hump. I talked about it, get a little hot flashes, maybe they're hormones, maybe it's menopause. Yeah, I was able to talk about it. Didn't have much going on here. Twitchy. I'm so, like, this is, let's see, celebration. I don't remember. Fireworks. What was fireworks? There's balloons. This is confetti. Oh, I think it was this. There we go. It's huge when I can talk about that, ambulating discharge shit. Man, I'm gonna have a lot of. Maybe I just need to tally how many times, I owe a Coke to somebody. um, maybe, uh, maybe we need to, like, either Anna, since she's kind of maybe left, or Flashman, Squid, whoever. We'll pick somebody to, together, and you guys can help me buy a Coke for somebody, or Pepsi. I think Flashman likes Pepsi. Pepsi. Blech. Anyways, or buy him a gift card or something. Somebody, we gotta pay it forward, pay it back. You guys, or I'll set up, like, you put your email, your information, your real name, and then just put your names in there. I don't know. It's like you help, I don't know. Or you do the Venmo or Cash App or whatever, and then you put who you would like for this, this funds to go to. So, I don't know. You'll probably tell me, but I would rather, to pay it forward, pay it back, in some way or fashion, or get somebody who might need a new walker, which is probably me, because 2.5 years, not the wheels, but the feet, the plastic things are starting to show their age, their use. Although I do have another walker that I pulled out of dumpster diving, or a shower chair. I need a shower chair, because that would help. And if I do get, back to work, some fashion, some way. Although I talk about going back to work and then I start hurting. I just, it just makes you feel good to just do something and get out of the house. Trust me. Answer the phones. Like, I don't know. I can do that. I can do whatever on social media. I'm pretty creative. If you know me, let's see, I've done DoorDash, drove for these share ride companies, I've done cleaning homes, I've retail. What else have I? Fast food, which I would never do if I have FND. Yeah, I've been around. But like, Angie, I'd rather just be the lone wolf and do my thing and provide quality care and not have all the middleman stuff. So anywho, thank you guys for listening to this very long popping in and out. I'm sure long boring, I will probably cut this up, or make it private, or I don't know what I want to do. I should probably put it on Patreon and try to make some funds, hello, whoever is popping in. I might stay a little bit longer since I've seen you popping in. You're probably Jimmy Kimmel, but Jimmy Kimmel goes to bed early, and Celine Dion. So, I'm having fun with this Jimmy Kimmel and Celine Dion. And if they ever watch, and you're going to be like, oh my gosh, put me on, this crazy lady. Yeah. Anyways, thank you to everybody for listening. And now it's time for me to get off of here and go cry and just release all the stuff that I've already told 10 million times. Oh. And if you want to send me a coffee or support food, please do. Cash App. It's Living Life with FND. Cash App, $, whatever. Venmo. I don't remember my Venmo. So, just view the other shorter videos and you should find Cash App or Venmo. Yeah, I'm hurting now. So, alrighty guys, have a good Friday and rest easy if you're off this weekend because of Good Friday and Easter. And I will see you on the next one. Love you guys. Bye.
Well, that's a wrap. The coffee's done, but our fight's just begun. We power strong.